Alright, that's gonna be enough. There we go. Why does this not work anymore? Oh. I need to update my tool. What? Oh. The format stuff. Okay. Where's the those ones? Okay. Anything else? Root source file, Windows and member named Win API. Okay. Oh, I see. This package, need to update that. If it's updated, we'll... No. Wrong thing. Okay, let's see now. It's my little script for resizing. There we go. Luckily, they had updated that package, so great. Is the text smaller? Did I not put it correctly? Okay, we'll see. That's the editor. And the game. All right. Let's see. Yeah, so I need to get my bearings here. I had a plan of today, so let's see, what do I want to do? I think what I want to do is increase the support for like prototyping more, like make it easier to prototype new types of enemies basically in in the game. So what I was thinking is adding a I need to move these files. Oops. There we go. Adding like a debug room maybe that I can test in. Monster test or something, I don't know. Debug. I will add a time map. Alright. And maybe some platforms, I don't know. Alright, so yeah, the idea is that yeah, just a space to test new things. Okay. This should now, unless the game code needs some sort of update, this should now be runnable. Also, I fixed my controller that I had a lot of issues with the controller, but now I restarted my computer and now it works, so great. Alright, let's make this white because the background is black. There we go. Alright. So yeah, my idea is that I want to make it easier to add new types of enemies, just to sort of yeah, increase the rate of at which prototype can happen. So so I wanted to try out that. So well, the thing is that you have to go to make a new enemy. You have to go in here and you have to create a new entity type and call it something. I don't know, debug or test monster 1, let's say. And then you have to go, and you also have to pick like a like an icon for it and stuff. But well, you don't have to, I guess. But we're probably good to set the size of the monster. And then back to the scene, you can now pull this guy in here, but it's like invisible. So what I'm thinking is, by default, we're gonna create like a white or red or something icon for these entities. So that's one thing, so that you can easily see where it is. We do see it in this entity list, so if you lose it, you can still, I can still like find it like this. But yeah, but then in the game, maybe we're gonna do it like, okay, if there's no animation for the monster, then we will just set it to be like a white box or something. Okay, but let's start making this sort of like a white square or something like that. So let's see. So let's go to entity. So how would we do this? Context view asset. Create document. So is the LSP working or? Okay, let me fix that. Let's see. There. Now we should have CLS. Okay, now the LSP is working somewhat, at least. It's not working for like some of the imports, but I don't know why. I haven't looked into it. I'm used to being crutched by the LSP by now, so I just wanted to have some support. Okay, so let's see. Yes, this one. So here we have like special cases when we create new entities. We already have a case for entity type, like we're setting the name for it as the same name as the asset name, the file name. So I guess what we could, well, the thing about the icon is it has both like a you have to have like a texture asset coupled with it, and we don't really have, and you know, we don't really have like an asset that is like a default texture or something like that. I mean, I guess we could add one if it doesn't exist. Maybe it could be added like by default or something like that. The texture could also be like a union enum, so that it's either populated by a texture. I guess if it's, or we could just say if it's null, then it could be this default texture, I guess, as well. Like, you know, there's this classic that I remember, like black and pink, or black and magenta, or whatever it's called, like a square, like checkerboard pattern type thing. Actually, we could create that. We could do we could just add like a default texture here. And well, I guess we can just create it here, maybe. Well, it depends on if... No, we are loading textures here, so we should be able to create a texture. I just have to look up which function this is. Let's see, browse. Oh, there we go. So this should be like a texture. Actually, we should make it from an image, because it's either that or we create a render texture. But the image, you're able to sort of create an image and draw on it. What I'm thinking is just making a image and drawing some pixels on it, like 4 pixels. And then you can create a texture from that image and unload the image. But what you also can do, I guess you can make a render texture, a render on top of that, but that's not really... Well, if you have a render texture, you can enter texture mode to target a texture instead of the screen when you're drawing stuff. But so that's another way you could do it, but I'm thinking it's way easier to use like these things here. So yeah, first we create an image somewhere. Where is that? Load image? No. Oh, gen image. There we go. So gen image checked. Oh, maybe there's like a built-in function for this. Okay, let's try this. And yeah, the binding has lowercase there. So I need... Well, we have to create it up here first. Oops. Default texture, default texture image. Oops. So we have width 2 and height 2. Checks X, checks Y. I guess those are 1, 1 maybe, I don't know really what that means. Okay, and then color 1, color 2, so color black, and then is there like a magenta? Yeah, magenta. And then default texture is gonna be load texture from image, and then unload image, default texture image. Okay, then this one is default texture. Oops. Okay, so now we should have like a generic checkerboard texture that we can use. We should also unload this texture at the end. Well, it doesn't really matter, like, because it's automatically unloaded when you quit, but whatever. All right, so yeah, there could be like errors we need to catch here, but let's see if we can run this now. Yeah, so there's some sort of error here, I'm guessing. Yeah. So which one is it? Okay, so this one is an error here, so we'll catch unreachable that. Okay, so we're loading up. That means it should work. Great. So now we have that image, and or the texture. Yeah. Whoops, wrong thing. Okay, so let's see. Let's go to layout, entity type. So what I'm thinking is, when we draw the entity type, if there's no current texture assigned, we should just put the default texture on there. And so let's see, where are we drawing this thing here? Draw icon menu. I think this is the badly named function maybe that's doing that. Texture ID. Yeah. So if there's no texture ID, we return. However, we want to draw default. Let's see. Well, I guess we can still have it like be null there. Interesting that it's a pointer. Yeah, it's a pointer to a nullable, so that should be fine. Texture. Yeah, request texture, but that's only if we have an ID. So it's either gonna be if texture ID, and we get that out there. We'll replace that. Then we can do this thing. Otherwise, so if you didn't get a texture, actually, I'm gonna say if there's an error, we do null or else null. So in this way, this thing will be null. Well, this expression will be null if there's an error or if the texture wasn't found. And then the else will say null as well. And then we can wrap this whole thing and say or else, because if it's null, that means we need to use the default texture. So now we can say context default texture. We could also have like a flag somewhere here that says use default texture or something. Maybe that's easier to see what's happening. Use default texture is equal to, because I'm making it a var because yeah, it's just easier to do it like this. So this is now, if this is equal to null, then we're using a default texture. And here, if we have a texture, this will be that. Okay, maybe this is. The source will also change depending on the texture. But we can do this. We can say everything is null if texture ID because my idea is here that we say or if texture is null. But we can also say like if. There's so many ways to do this. I'm trying to figure out a good, nice pattern here. Now we know we have that. And so we can set the texture here. And do all this crap. Yeah, now we have texture ID, so no, I don't like this either. I don't know. Maybe we'll just do two different functions. Yeah, I don't like repeating myself here, but it's just too convoluted to. Yeah, I'm not finding a nice structure here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say or else draw default texture context. Do we even need entity type document? I don't. Well, no. We'll return with that. Now this one is not optional anymore, so we can use it there. If something goes wrong here, we can also say maybe texture. No, texture is this. Let's do this. Maybe texture. If no texture equal to maybe texture or else return draw default texture. There we go. And basically what that is gonna be is basically the same thing. Draw default texture, but we don't have you. We don't have you. Texture is gonna be context default texture. Cell size, what is that used for? Source position. So that's just gonna be 0, 0. So we don't really need that. And the size, yeah, the size. I don't know. We'll just. No. This is a vector, and it's 1616 maybe. Yeah. Let's do that. And then we'll draw this thing. Yeah. All right. So yeah, now we're drawing this 16 by 16 there, fine. I guess we could, we could take the size of the actual entity. We could also set a default size for like an entity, a new entity, to be 16 by 16 instead of 0 by 0 or whatever it is right now. Where is that entity? Like maybe this should be like 16 by 16 instead. By default. And the size. So now we actually need this. And you will be entity type document, whatever it was called, cell size. Okay. Right. All right. Now this should already be working. Wait, 69. Expected to. Oh yeah. Need to put that in now. There we go. It gets a little bit crowded when you type it like this. I don't really like having this thing here. I do like the or else pattern, but it becomes a bit. I mean, this is sort of like a catch here. We could put this in like thing like this. It makes it more clear that something else is sort of happening here. Like it's a catch situation. Hang on, what's the issue? 93. Nothing named cell size. Oh yeah. So this, I mean, I'm gonna guess it's get cell size. Yeah. Mix scalar. What? Oh, because it's a pointer. Okay, there we go. Oh, I see. I need to do this. There we go. And if we didn't save it on the context, we wouldn't have been able. Well, we would have been able to. Yeah, I was lying. Okay, so but yeah, it doesn't show up here, but it does show up if you go to the actual thing here. Okay, now we can see this checkerboard. Interestingly, it repeats instead of being like, I was thinking it was gonna be scaled. Huh. What? Okay. Wait, so where the source rect? Oh, the source is repeating. Okay, yeah. This needs to be like 2 here. Yeah. This is just 2. There we go. Now it should probably look better. Alright, this was what I was looking for. Sort of a classic sort of representation of, hey, there's missing stuff here. Alright. Yeah, so we should also, like, if I save this doesn't save as the thumbnail either. So we have a couple of places where this could be well, it's kind of depends on, like, the draw thing here is not really like scalable to different, like, we have different types of calls we need to do, but we could take this function and make a bunch of variations on it. So we could take this here and we could go to context. And now let's see, do we have any place where this fits? Thumbnail? Probably not. Yeah, let's just add one here. Let's call it like default texture or something. Alright, so there we go. Okay, enter type document. Yes, that is correct. We need that. I'll just add it here. And yeah, we also need C. There we go. So this draws it with RLImGui. So I will say this as this is the UI version. But then we also need just draw like with raylib, which is like, I would say it's like the default here. So raylib draw texture pro, maybe. I forgot which one we're using. But now we don't need to pointer cast or anything like that. Let me check what this is called. Draw texture. Let's see. This one has a source and a position. This is really everything we need, I guess. Maybe we need the origin. I'm not sure actually. Let me check if we call this somewhere else. We probably do. Yeah, so let's just copy this, I guess. Origin. I guess it depends if we want it to be centered or not. Drawing it like this. Also, we need a well, this we actually don't need this whole document. We just need the size. And then excuse me. We also need like the position. Alright. So don't need to define there. Scale size, that still applies. The origin. Is this scale? Yes. Yeah, that makes sense. And then this is the thing here. So we're drawing texture. This does not need to be a pointer. Scale. So the source. Yeah, we just put source there. And then we need a destination rectangle. The origin, rotation, and tint color. There we go. So okay, so what we need is a destination rectangle now, which should just be position and size there. So float from 8, position 0, and size. Actually, this would be the scale size. There we go. That's the destination. Oops. There we go. Alright, so now we have everything here that we need. I'll move you down here. Okay. So now we can draw the texture there and in the UI as well. So now we can go to, where are we? Yeah, the thumbnail stuff. Generate thumbnail. There we go. Whoops. So generate thumbnail. Oh yeah, we need to go to this thing. There we go. Let's go. I mean, this really applies to any of these things. Like, if we don't get a texture, we probably want to use the default texture. Like, if we put this into a separate function and we get null back, we just use the default texture, right? That makes sense? Or does it only make sense for certain things like the entity types? So, okay, let's see what's happening here. We're doing an image draw on something. It's just on the screen, I think. Or whatever the target is here. And so, wait, no, this returns an image. Right. I mean, we could still do the same kind of thing, I guess. Hey, Mycon, how's it going? Ugh, man. Still working on your game there, or? Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit better, but yeah, still some, a little bit, not 100% yet. Let's see. So all right. Sometimes you need a break. Let's see. So we're generating an image, then we're putting that in there. Okay. So basically, yeah. Do we want to isolate that function then? So we want to say, so draw default texture. Let's also make one for as image, I guess. And we can set the size. And this would be, well, for the thumbnail, actually, the size should probably be just 1:1, I guess. Whatever, let's just hard code it to 1:1. Or 2:2, I mean. So let's see. Here we're gen image. Actually, we could just gen the image. No, we don't need to. Yeah, we need to do that, I guess. I mean, we could just gen the image directly, I guess. Same way we're creating it here. You could just return this. And we don't even need a context. Alright. Fixed all the buttons. Yeah. That was kind of funny. I mean, I know it's a, you know, when you're looking at someone's code, and I myself can get like a little bit defensive and stuff, you know. So I never, it wasn't in my intention to be rude or anything like that, but yeah, that was kind of funny. Just because for a second I thought that, wait, is this a word that I'm not familiar with? Just because it was repeated so many times. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, so same thing here. Well, this is animation. Here, enter type, yeah. So basically here, if we don't get a thing here, we do context. Wait, don't we have context here? No, we do have context. Oh, it's self. Oh, I see. Self. And what did I call it? This. Yeah. And this is the same thing here, like or else. No, catch is. So this expression will be the texture or null. And if we don't, and if it's null, then we return the default thing. There we go. Okay. Let's see if this works. Yeah. This function is meant to return like a newly created image. So let's see. Yeah, we get an image here and then we unload it over here, so it's fine. But thank you for reminding me there. But also, yeah, no, that should be fine. Let's see, layout, edit type, 70. Oh yeah, this is now UI. We don't really need to put this in here. We could just say get cell size, but yeah, whatever. How was this? User undeclared, draw, texture. Oh, context. There we go. Another thing, it's not marked public. Well, let's make this public. There we go. Still more things. Okay, let's just remove this. And we'll change this to size. There we go. But now we need to change here as well. So we need to do get cell size. Come on. No. Context 78. No, 798. This could be an error, so let's ignore that. Or not ignore, let's just hope that it doesn't happen. Or wait, can it be an error or can it not be an error? What's happening here? Expected void found image. Oh. Did it really? Oh yeah, so this is apparently not, could not be an error. Alright, so what I'm doing is I'm trying to create like the default, like a default texture if you don't have one. And right now I'm also like, I have a system for creating thumbnails of things. And so the monster, this monster doesn't have like an icon or a texture assigned to it. So if I save now, it should save the icon there. Okay. Yeah. It's interpolating it. Maybe, whatever. I don't care. Yeah, okay, but great. So now we have that. Now we don't need to, if we don't have the graphics, we at least have something. And what I also want to do is, when we create them out here, they should also be drawn with a default texture. Right, so that is happening in layout scene. I think that is actually happening in a weird place. Yeah, that's happening here. Scene document, draw, entity. Yeah, so here is like, okay, if you don't have a texture assigned, we should draw the default thing. Now, how are we drawing this? We're just drawing it like this, so we can do context draw default texture, and we need, I think, a size, position and size, which is going to be this here times scale. Okay, let's move this here. I guess position is scale. And we also need width and height, or the size. Wait, why am I doing it like this? Whatever. Source, well, we don't have the source yet, so I need to move this. Grid position, cell size. Yeah, we need to move everything up. Oops. And then scale position and this destination width and height. Now I might need to do some. Yeah, I think I need. No, maybe not. Actually, no. That should be the correct thing. Like a type, number type there. And here we can use scaled position instead. I really need to make better convenience functions. I have a lot of convenience functions in the game code, but not in the editor code, for like making rectangles out of the vectors and stuff. But anyway, okay, so if we don't have a texture ID set, we draw the default texture. We can also do the same thing here. So this could be an error. It could also be null. So what we do is, in case of an error, we say it's null. If this thing is null, then we also draw the default texture. And oh yeah, and also we return. Or yeah. Okay, let's see if that checks out. Mixed scalar. Oh. Right. Position. Oh, this is a float vector. Okay. Interesting. So this is actually float. Okay. Let's do that. Okay, maybe I should change the thing to float then. Let's see. This one. Yeah, I should change this function to take floats instead of thing there. Oops. Okay, now I don't need to convert here. All right. What are you gonna complain about now? 770. Expected time. Oh. Right. Right, because this is a thing. Okay. So we have to do like I'm just gonna do this in whatever way I'm thinking about the fastest here. The first best, as we say. It's not necessarily best, but let's see. The type is not a function. Oh. Scale size over 2. Right. Oh, is this like supposed to be a... Okay, let's do that. Okay, there we go. Set texture filter. Ah, okay. Yeah, thanks. There we go. Oh, but it's very not... Okay, something's wrong with the scale somewhere, probably. This size is already scaled, I guess. Yeah, we're sending in like a... Well... Oh yeah, we're sending in like a scaled size. So we don't really have to do that, I guess. So we could say... Well... Okay, we need the entity scale, I guess. Okay. You know what? I'll change this. Destiny size is a vector 2 f32 source width source height. Actually, let's call this source size. Okay. And destiny size equal to source size times the scale, which we need to be like scale V. Why haven't we done scale V, I guess? Okay. Also this is, yeah, that's a float, so that's fine. Source size, destiny size, destination size, source size, scale V. Let's see, and an entity scale, which is, yeah, that's float. Okay, cool. So now get rid of these, and we can say here, we can say, well, we don't say actually, well, we'll say source size times the scale of the entity this time. Okay. And then over here we do test size. Alright, let's see if the scale is correct now. There we go. And we can also change the scale if we want. And it works. Okay, cool. Great. So now we don't need to, you know, have some graphics beforehand. We can just add something pretty quickly here. Yeah. I mean, it's not that big of a deal to add like because what I wanted to do is like, okay, we have this debug thing. I just want to add a new type of thing pretty quick. But it's like, okay, it's not really that big of a deal to go in here, add a new entity, and that's it. It's like, okay, if we remove this, oh, I wonder what's actually gonna happen if we remove this. Will it crash? Yes. Okay, so that's one thing that we don't have now. It's like reverse index. Oh, and now it's crashing. Oh, that's great. Interesting. So it's crashing because, well, let's actually look where it's crashing. It's probably like a catch unreachable somewhere. Yeah, this is sort of like a catch or else unreachable. And so we're trying to load something that doesn't exist, like this ID here. We have an ID, but the ID doesn't lead to any actual file. So then this is null. Okay, this is scene document. Just adding some robustness in the thing here. 69, because this is probably a good idea to handle anyway. Okay, it says that it wasn't found. So why is it crashing? I was crashing like in this. Is it crashing in here? So we got some sort of document. Oh, but it's an error, I think. But then this should return like no. Okay, so it doesn't return error. So we have to check on. Okay, I don't get the thing here, but it's like a document state, loaded, unloaded, error. Yeah, so we can check on the state. I guess the state can also be an error. Okay, this is a little bit confusing. This is not very well thought out here, but if so there's a thing where you can say if on a thing that is an error union. And if it's not an error, you get the value out here. But if it's an error, you can get the error out like this. And yeah, I guess we can return this error. If there is a state here, then I guess we also want to check if it's error. I don't think this is like used, maybe, or maybe it is. Yeah, I guess. Well, we'll have to check that as well. So now we can switch on the state, and we can say if it's loaded, then we do this. Oh, over here. If it's an error, we get something out. Now there's a struct inc that has an error. Okay, so we'll just return that. And then it can also be unloaded, which I guess we return null in that case. There we go. Yeah. However, this will affect like a lot of places. So this might be... It might be that we want to return null instead of returning error, because it's going to be like a lot of places where previously it wasn't an error, but now it can be. However, this error state is probably not gonna happen anyway, because it probably didn't happen before. So yeah, we'll just live with it a little bit here. Okay, so now we get this error message instead. So yeah, so and here you can see also this is an error thing now. I can't even select it. Oh, if I select it, there's an error. Okay, but that's at least a little bit better. Well, you should be able to delete it, I guess. Okay, where did this become an error now? Index not found. Wait, unwrap an error? Wait, I thought that this was like an error dot error. It's a struct with an error, right? It's a struct with a field called error or error. Right? Shouldn't that be err.err? Is this more correct? I don't understand. Is this a bug in Zig? I'm not unwrapping the error. Or wait. Let's try this again. Yes. Attempt to unwrap. Maybe it's like unwrapping this. Maybe it's unwrapping state. No, it's in here because this the tag is error. We get this struct out, which should include a thing in here that is called err. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, Polar7, have a nice day, you too. Thanks. Okay, I'm confused. But this should probably just be this, right? I'm not sure why I did it like that. And now we can do this. We can also just set the state to the error directly, instead of having two different ways of doing it. Yeah, it's still like unwrapping. Okay. Let's just do this. That should be fine as well, right? And init with error. We just set this to error. And then over here we don't have the error thing. But now we need to do, now we don't have this. And this can be an error, so I don't, is it because it's like, it can be like a different error? But that should be detected by the compiler, right? I don't know. Maybe I have to say any error here for it to be, like it's treating it as a, oh, loading. I see. Now it's a different thing here. Okay, now it's a different error here. Right. Yeah. Okay. So layout scene. Right. So it's like, yeah, this should exist. Where is this? A details menu? Yeah, that makes sense. Also, the loading thing was why was it not an error now anymore, though? Let's do like any error. I don't know what if this makes a difference. I think it's like inferred otherwise, but now it can be any error. I'm not sure, as I said, like if that's a difference or what's gonna happen. But it should say error here. No, here. Yeah, why is it not returning an error? Maybe because it's like, when if it's not found, that if the document is not found, it returns a null instead. And it's like forever gonna load in that case. if the file is not found, that should probably be like an error instead. Document open. Could not open document. Is that the thing that we get? Could not find in index. Oh, that's even worse. They should really return like an error, I think. Maybe. No, but here's like init with error. Okay, whatever. Let's do index not found. Oops. Yeah. that makes more sense. Hang on. Wait. No, we should return entry. Yeah, so the idea here is that we return the document, but the document might have an error. So the state is stored in the document. So we can return this document, which is here is populated with an error first. And then we return this document here. And then but here is like it's set to this, but if something goes wrong in here, it's never gonna be set, right? So here it's like a bit weird. Okay, I don't know. We'll figure it out. But now we should get the error, I think. Oh, there might be another reason actually. So we don't get like error every frame or something like that. No. Well, why is this still says loading? Okay. I was thinking like, okay, let's just forget about it. But it should, like now we return this document. And we get the state. The state should be, there should be like the error over here. Oh man, okay. Okay, I'm just gonna leave it for now. I don't want to spend eternity on this. It's just gonna have to say loading, and there's, I'm just gonna say here like says bug, says loading, even though there was an error while requesting the document. Okay, but what you would want to do is still be able to select the entity and delete it, right? So what is the error now? Over here. So requesting the thing, and there's an error, or it's null, I guess, because it's saying there's something wrong here. Okay, well, in this case, right, so it's custom, and then the name is like we don't really know. So if or else catch unreachable. But we should say like if entity type now. Oops, we do this. Else we can say it's custom, but there's some sort of not found or something like that. Okay. Yeah. Excuse me. All right, so the properties is also gonna be, yeah, I mean, wait, how will this even work? So here we're getting it from, all right, we're getting it from the ID, that's right. So the properties might still exist in the scene data, so this should not be an issue. But things that we need for, yeah, okay, let's try it now. If, oh, there we go. Okay, let's just do full on. Whoops, what did I do? Oh. There we go. No, why did you disappear? There we go. Alright. Expected 2 arguments. Oh. There we go. Okay. Now we can even move around. You can change the properties. And you should be able to delete it as well. There we go. Okay. Now, what I was thinking is maybe you can sort of right click to get a context menu, and there like you have like add entity, and you would get some sort of list of entities, maybe something like that. Or you could also because right now you have to go in here and you have to like drag it in. Let's say you have your entities also like organized in a different way. You can organize it however you want, so you can have like a bunch of different folders with entities in. Then you have to like find the thing. We could also make it easier to find in this thing here. But what I was thinking is like right click, you can add entity. Maybe there's like an interface, like find an entity like that. But what I was thinking is also if you want to add a new entity, you could also do it like that. So you can add, right click, get a context menu up, have an option that says add new entity type, as well as adding that thing in here. But yeah, I'm not gonna do it right now. I'm just gonna do it like this. So test monster 1, save. There we go. Okay, let's do the thing that you were talking about, the texture filter. So this is the thumbnails, and you can see most of them are a little bit blurry because it's like scaled. Also, it's not keeping like aspect ratio either there. So Yeah, let's try the filter thing. Okay, I'm just gonna grab a cup of coffee here. I'll be right back. Alright, there was not much left in that. Okay. Let's see. Where are we going? Oh, this would be like we're starting at the manager. And then there's some sort of thumbnail somewhere. Draw thumbnail. And here's that. And it's also we update it if it doesn't or if there's like an error, I guess. Right, so this gets the thumbnail, right? So we're getting the thumbnail. And then we draw it here using this one. Now the issue here is that we're drawing it in the UI, in the ImGUI, but it's not actually being drawn at this point in time. So that's the problem here. Hi Pollock, how's it going? I'm not sure how to fix that. Maybe there's a way to set the settings with RL ImGUI. Like this is like a specific library, compatibility library for Raylib and the ImGUI library. So I'm gonna see. Here. So is there like a texture filter thing going on here? Doesn't look like it, or maybe it is. Well, it's hard coded here, I guess. Well, this is an example, so it's not even, you know, the ImGUI stuff. Wait, what? No. Okay, so you're setting it on the texture. Ah, I see. Okay. Yeah, my bad. How's the game going along? So yeah, I mean, it feels like it's like a never-ending story by this point. But like, I'm starting to realize that it's like a if I want to be how I imagine it to be, then it's gonna be like a huge amount of work. But we'll see what happens. Like, I've already sort of cut down on the scope, but I mean, it is moving forward, and I'm still, you know, enjoying the process, so that's good. But I do realize that, you know, realistically, it's gonna be. I have no deadlines. I was thinking of maybe adding a deadline, but that was like, well, I don't know. A lot of things are still in flux, because if I set a deadline, I have to suddenly decide a whole bunch of things, and I'm not ready to do that. I'm mostly treating it right now as like a learning project. So, and also like building these tools and code, you know, that I can reuse also in other projects. So it's like, yeah, it's not, you know, it's a learning thing, and also like building up sort of some kind of foundation as well. Yeah, I don't think I'm ready to just set a deadline. It's not, but it's probably gonna be something way smaller than I thought from the start, if I'm even gonna release anything from it. But I would have to sort of scale it down and find some sort of structure in there that I I was thinking just making a little baby Metroidvania with maybe, I don't know, 2 or 3 bosses or something like that. Yeah. But yeah, because I am also interested in making more games, and you know, as like for me the problem has always been like I will be working with a project sometime, and then you get to some roadblocks and you lose interest because of reasons, I don't know, it just happens, and then new ideas start to enter your brain, and then you start to occupy your brain with this new idea, and you start to think about that and obsess about the new idea, and then you start working on that because that's the new fun thing to work on, and then you know the process repeats, so you never actually finish anything because it's you know that kind of circle repeats. And but this is the longest that I've actually worked on a project, so I'm trying to find in the process like how I can keep myself in the same thing, and streaming has actually helped a lot with that, like making videos and streaming. Like yeah, I'm not making videos for a long time now, but because I was starting to the idea was to stream only, but then the internet was not good, or my bandwidth was not good, but now so I started to make videos instead, but now my internet is good, so I started streaming instead. So but anyway, so but yeah, it has actually helped a lot in doing it. Also, my sort of realization that I just need to learn how to keep on working on the same project. It is just hard work, a lot of hard work and dedication that will lead to a finished project. It's not gonna happen by itself. You're gonna have to keep on hammer on it, and yeah. So that's basically it. And also using a language where I have like total control. That is also like a factor in it, because I like doing things in my own way, and when I use like a tool that someone else made, it feels like yeah, I want to do this in another way, but it's like impossible because it doesn't really fit with this tool. And so creating my own tool is like perfect then, because yeah, because then I can create it however I want myself. Anything that I want to add, I can just add it. Yeah, if I need something that is like, sometimes I wish that you could sort of, okay, I wish I could loop through all entities and do this, you know. Now I can just do that. I mean, I know there are like, you can write like extensions or whatever in whatever tool you're gonna use, but it's also then you have to learn all that stuff, and yeah, I just wanted to learn Zig as well, and yeah, so that's I really like working with it. But next project is definitely gonna be like a smaller one. I already have like ideas floating around in my head, but I don't want to entertain them too much, because then I'm gonna get stuck there. Well, it's like I want to try out like new ways of like prototyping game stuff. That's kind of what I'm doing now. Is I'm trying to extend the way of like prototyping new features or new monsters and stuff here. Wait, so this thing here, the thumbnail. So actually. Default texture. The default texture here. Alright, so we can set We can use, I think, will you, what do you say? Set texture filter on the texture. And then texture filter point. Well, it might be called something else in the bindings thing. Let's see. Raylib zig. Lots of mental willpower, I'm sure it feels terribly satisfying in the end. Yeah, it's also when you look, it now it's like the motivation is also kept up by looking back at what you've done, and it's like it's helping you also to keep on going, because it's like you can look back and see that, oh, I actually built this large project, and I can still, you know, keep on going and improving on it. And also use it is really nice, so you can use it to create new things. I guess I should create smaller project myself, because it was a long time ago I actually finished something. Yeah, it's like it is a bit of a shame. Like, you want to create this large project, but then you realize, like, man, it's gonna be a lot of work and take a lot of time, and who knows if the motivation is gonna keep on going. So sometimes it just feels like, okay, I want to do this, but it's like, is it? Am I even gonna finish it? Is it worth it? Texture point something point. No, that's file. Nearest. Okay, but this is, that's the okay, set texture filter. Where's the Raylib thing? Or I mean the binding. Oh, there we go. Point. Oh, this is like different. Maybe it's just dot point. Oops. Yeah. Keeping the convention there. So this is like dot point. Okay. Yeah. But I don't think this was the one that we actually used. So, but that should still be fine. And then we have to change here. We're getting the thumbnail. Is this, what is this? No return? No, it's not that. It's gonna be the request thumbnail, okay. Which will return texture. Okay. Thumbnails, update thumbnail, image, update by image, or by ID. Okay, so we could do it here then. We can set, whenever we have the texture here, we can also say set texture filter, and this will be the thumbnail texture point. All right. Okay. No? Well, okay, maybe I have to save it first, no? Well. Let me check. Draw. Where is it? Why is it not finding anything? What is it called? Draw texture. Draw image. Texture. Okay, it's just image. Image render texture. Image rect. Draw texture as an image. Right. So what will this do? Right, so you're giving it... No, this is a texture, right? So I would be surprised if they changed things about it. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. What is this? Yeah, I was trying to see like what it actually is doing when, but maybe it's like imgui doing some weird stuff as well. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's actually using Raylib to draw the image. Yeah, so it might be that the imgui we have to set something. So yeah, you can see here it's creating like an imgui image. Imgui. This is, well, I guess this would be a good place to look. Because the versions are a bit different. Filter. Is there anything you can do? Here we go. You can't change the texture filter. I believe we should manufacture around custom backends and change the texture filter backends. Use img draw list add callback to insert a callback to change the texture filtering to the nearest neighbor. Draw your image and then add a callback. Im draw callback reset render state to reset the state. Huh. Well, this was way more complicated than, but it seems like it's probably possible if you use like this. Manually draw your image with nearest neighbor. Be sure not to affect global state or use reset render state again to reset it. Right. I was drawing to my render texture with sampler state. Okay. Well, how did you solve it then? Man. Okay, so maybe they created like a render texture that is the size that they need and a drawing to that first and then using... Yeah, I guess that's a thing you could do as well. Oh, this is like the old... Oh my god. I had a phone with this game here. This is the exact graphics, I think. Like Nokia something 33 or I don't know. I remember this. Oh, it's wrapping here. Okay. Anyway, Okay, so, well, this didn't work, unfortunately. You know what? I will, yeah, we'll just live with it for now. It's not that big of a deal. I mean, I guess it is sort of contained here, so we just need to change this place if we need to fix it here. This will change the cursor and stuff, I think, as well, like in the img sort of state. So, and like I guess it could like insert an item, or I don't know. I don't really know what's going on like behind the hoods here. But there was something it said like add callback. I mean, let's try it, I guess. Add callback. So there is a thing here, but I'm not sure if it's available in Zig. Oh, the draw list, I see. The draw list add callback. Okay. Right. So what do you need? I guess the compiler will tell us. Yeah, because there's a function, there's like, what was it called now? Get, let's see, draw list. Oh yeah, so here we have it, get window draw list, right? And then you can add stuff to it. No. Alright, so we get the draw list, we add a callback here, right? And then we need a function, so draw default texture UI, callback, Wait, what happened? Okay, so can we use Relive now? Is the question. Like, we should be able to, like, I'm not sure how to do this. If we get like a position or how this works. But this could be like draw. And then you need like a position, and let's just draw it 0, 0. But how would we know the size? Well, we would have to pass some sort of data here then. So let's look at this now. So callback. Where is that? No, I want to. Oh, it's a macro, or and this is including this file. No. Yes, here. No. Imgui H, Imgui internal. Okay. Okay, this could just, you know, include like a whole bunch of stuff, so. But why am I not... What was it called? Draw, callback? No? Draw callback. I'm draw callback. I'm trying to find where it's defined. Oh, maybe it's in here. No, it's not. It's not in here. I am confused. Define my override signature. Is it defined from like outside? What? But I should be able to see it somewhere. How do I get back? How do I get? There we go. I don't know. This is confusing. But okay. The compiler should say what the type should be. So if we try and run this, it should complain here somewhere. Right, but these unused function parameter. Okay, let's see if we get the error somewhere here. What is this now? Built-in call conventions, no member names, pub control, callback, call convention C. So you need to be. Oh, this is a okay. This is a bug, or well, okay. This is an issue. You can see here call convention C. This is SIG code, and so this is actually the old version. So they haven't updated ZigWi, this library here, to 0.15, unless they've done it like right now. Well, I don't see. It's like 3 months ago. Actually, let me check my zone file. I might have actually updated this myself. No, where is the? Oh yeah, where? It's a different project. Hang on. Yeah, okay. So I've actually updated this myself, but then there should be like call convention .c. Oh, there's a lot of these. So all of these are now, they have to be smaller case C. Which file did it complain? Source GUI. This one. This needs to be small c. One 4108. Okay. Did I not update my dependency here? Oh, I see. Let's change this to be path for now. So we can fix it. What the hell? Oh yeah, because this is okay. We also change this to be. You can see here that I've forked this to be able to update to 0.15. All right. Okay. Now what are you saying here? Here we go. So dependency loop detected. Huh? Draw command. Wait. Okay, what is draw command? Draw callback. But draw callback is a pointer. Wait. This might be one of the new type bugs actually in 0.15, because there new like places like this where it's like, oh, you have a circular dependency now. Actually, it's not a circular dependency because these are pointers. And so there is a bug actually in 0.15 where this is no longer, you're not able to do this anymore. So, yay. Okay, well, that marks my end of this journey with trying to fix this here. So let's go back to this. I'll just do this. Oops. All right. Okay, so never mind. We'll not do this. Are we back to functioning state now? Yes. All right. So we'll have to live with this for now. I can see one way of fixing it is like, yeah, as the other thing said there, where also the hover thing doesn't really work when. Okay, maybe there's something blocking up here or something. I don't know. But anyway, so well, creating like a render texture that has the exact size that is the size that's gonna be in GUI. Well, like we know what size it is. I think it's like 128 or something, and a render to that texture using raylib, and then adding that text. So we're basically creating a texture every frame. That seems also like, I mean, we could cache it, I guess. We could cache the thumbnails to be this size, I guess, as well. Maybe that's actually maybe that's like way easier. So I mean, yeah, okay. So I guess we couldn't do it for this one, but we can do it for the thumbnails, but not for like the. Well, actually, the thumbnail should be. No, yeah, the thumbnail. Wait. Update. Alright. But here's the texture. But the image that we export is like the smaller version. But then what we store in cache could be a larger version. Right? So we can take scaled thumbnail texture, or I guess image maybe. Can you do that? image from texture. I mean, you can generate a new image that has the scale, size, and then... Well, here's image from image, and then a rectangle. I'm not sure... Is this like the source? I guess, because position wouldn't make sense otherwise. I can copy the image. Can you rescale it? Resize? Resize nearest. Is this nearest? Okay, let's try this. And we need the image. New width, new height. So new width, new height. Well, that's the thumbnail size, the icon size. Somewhere this is defined. It's defined here as 128. I'm just gonna copy that. There we go. No regrets. Yeah, that's what happens when you like run out of steam on those things. Okay, so we have that there. Now, yeah, now we have the scaled one. So this should be like the scaled thing, and then we can set the text. I mean, sure, why not? Okay, but then we also need to unload this. All right, let's see if that works. Oh, this image needs to be a pointer now. Or maybe not. Oh, it's resizing the image in place. Oh, I see. Okay. So then this... Okay. Let's do this then. No? Okay. Well, it might not be the correct function. I'm just guessing that this what this is doing here. Let's do a reloop, resize image. Yeah. So okay, what am I doing wrong? It seems to be the correct function. So we're generating this. We are creating a scaled version. Right, so we're scaling, we're scaling down. Perhaps. Maybe we're not actually. Maybe this is the point where it goes wrong as well. We're drawing. Right, so here we're drawing this image. Let's see if there's like an image draw. I was saying if there was like an image draw nearest neighbor, but it doesn't seem to be that. So we're drawing onto this image. What can we do here? Should we? Okay, if we're gonna rescale it anyway, the source. So what I'm thinking is that the source and destination. So if the destination is smaller than the source, we should use the destination rectangle. But if the source is smaller than the destination, then we should use the source rectangle, right? Because the thumbnail size might be larger than the actual size of these. So I'm gonna do image size is gonna be, oh man, this is gonna be horrible. Okay, I'm just gonna have to live with this. Okay, that's the image size. And then we already have the thumbnail size, but that's this. So let's do thumbnail size V. Okay. Then this is still gonna be image size 0, image size 1, and then the destination there, yeah. So the destination size is gonna be, now you can use vector here, so vector thing. So you can say we'll take the minimum of image size and thumbnail size V. Now what this is gonna do is gonna component wise take each element of each vector, compare, so x of the first vector compared to x of the second vector, and pick the one that is smallest and put that in the result. And then we take y from the first and y from the second, and we compare those. So the result can be a mix from both vectors. It's gonna pick whatever is smallest in each position. Yeah, so that's our destination size. There. Okay, there we go. So now we have that. Now this image is gonna be smaller, and hopefully that will get rid of the interpolation now, because when we draw this image here, it's gonna like interpolate, but since we're scaling down, it's not actually interpolating anymore, I don't think. Hopefully. Okay. And we get our thumbnail image. Fine. We are sizing it up there. Okay, let's see now how it looks. I just wanted to get to the bottom of this. There was something that something told me to stop, but then something told me to keep going as well. Okay, so yeah, I think actually we need to save first. Oh, there we go. That fixed things. Oh, I see. Huh. It like always put things at the top left. Okay. Oh, because we're like drawing it at the, okay. So we're not drawing it scaled. Wait. Right, we're drawing to the thumbnail. That should be fine. When we're resizing it, why? Oh, because we need to. Okay. I'm just gonna do this without explanation here. But we don't have context, so. Man. Well, I'm just gonna cheat here. I know that we scale it by 4, so that should really be in some sort of static config or something like that. No? Okay, that didn't do anything interesting. Okay, maybe that's okay. Let's see, where's the draw thumbnail? Draw asset icon. Oh, here, draw thumbnail. Yeah, we get the thumbnail and we draw it with some sort of size. So it's supposed to scale it to that size, right? Oh, does this not actually scale? But it says nearest neighbor, so I'm confused. Like, maybe it doesn't scale the pixels. I'm confused. Okay, that's probably the reason here. We're just rescaling. Or we're not scaling, we're just resizing the image. Can you draw the same image to itself? Okay, let's just do that we will then do image draw. Oops. Scale image. Thumbnail image. Okay, this seems like unnecessary steps. So the first image is the one that's actually saved to the file, and then the next one we scale up here. So actually we could use the same source. Maybe we don't even need the thumbnail image. Yeah, because then we don't need to calculate a new rectangle, I guess. Well, this is gonna be scale destination rectangle, and this is gonna be like 0, 0, and then like icon size, right? I'm just trying it out. No? Expected. Okay, let's see. No. This one. Okay, no. No. What's going on? Maybe there's something wrong over here. So the minimum of the image size, the thumbnail size. Are we scaling anywhere? Like we're returning? No, we're not returning an image. So let's say this is like 1632. This is I believe 64 by 64. Yeah. So this would actually be, wait, this would actually be same as this at that point. So we're drawing this on this, so we're basically making a copy here, and we're saving that, right? This is 64 by 64. This is like, no, it's not. Okay, okay. This is like the sprite sheet. Oh man, okay. Right? Yeah, that's the. I think that's the like the sprite sheet, maybe. Wait, context. Generate thumbnail. No, okay, it's not. It's not. No, we're loading it from. Wait, no, this is the image. It's the cell size, right? Okay, okay, okay. Right, so it's the actual size of the entity there. So it should be like 16 by 32 here. This is 64 by 64, so this those should both be like 16 by 32. Then we draw, so we basically make a copy. We export it, fine. I'm gonna see how it looks. Yeah. So it's actually saved. The way you see it, the way you see it in the image there. Like, the thing is like at the top left. So there's something, I think there's something with the scaling there. Okay. Like here, the cell size, get cell size, that is 60 by 32. Now this part should be correct, because that has worked from before. It's somewhere here where there's some weird scaling going on somewhere. It feels like. But we're still like, we're saving that. I don't know. I guess we can log this out. Image size, thumbnail size. Image size. Yeah, image size 60 by 32, thumbnail 64 by 64. So the image itself should be 16 by 32. Wait. Oh, this is, oh, I'm creating the image. Oh my god, okay. The image has the size, so it's like drawing it on top of, okay. We'll move this up here, then, so we calculate all the sizes and stuff up here, and then we create this thing here, which is gonna be the destination size now. Destination size. Okay. I was like, what the hell is going on here? So we're unloading that. Let's put that at the spot where we're actually defining it. We also have the scaled image. This should also be unloaded. There we go. Stored in cache. Draw this on there. Okay, this should be from the scaled image as well. Okay, there we go. Now let's see. Man. Expected I32 found. Fine. Okay. Moment of truth. Okay, there we go. But it's still kind of interpolated. Man, okay. How does this look now? Okay, that's so it goes back to looking the same here. So we do all that. Okay. Did not even change like a little bit. What the hell? Right. We're creating this destination size. We're drawing this on there. That should be like 60 by 32, right? So it shouldn't really change the thing. It shouldn't. At this point, the thumbnail image should not be interpolated. Then we save that there. Fine. We create a scaled image. Oh, this is where it's get interpolated, right? Right, okay. So okay, what I'm thinking we could do is then we create a render texture. however you did that, create render texture, load render texture. That is gonna be the icon size. Yeah, there we go. And okay, now we have that, and then we also unload. I think it's called unload render texture. Yeah, texture. There we go. Okay. We don't want to deal with you. Wait, do we want to unload it or do we want to save it? Okay, we'll deal with that. The scale destination rectangle. I guess we could call this like the icon. Destination rectangle instead. So we're not gonna do this. What we are gonna do is we're gonna say begin texture mode. And the target is this. And then we end the texture mode. We don't have to specify that. Right? So now whenever we do a draw thing, a draw function, we're gonna draw onto this texture and not something else, and not the screen. And so now we can use the ordinary you know, texture draw stuff. And so we can use draw, what is it called? Draw texture. Draw texture rectangle. No, let's just do the full thing. Draw texture PRO. Okay, so the texture. No, wait, we don't have a texture. We need like draw image. Okay, so we need, okay, so we need actually, we need a texture from thumbnail texture is gonna be load texture from image, thumbnail image. That's just to catch unreachable, whatever. Okay, so now we have that, and then we also want to unload this texture. Now we need this texture just to be able to draw it on this on here. So now we can say this. Okay, and then we need to pass a source rectangle, which is gonna be well, actually, we already have that. Thumbnail image is, yeah, that's destination rectangle. That's the source. It kind of speaks against itself there, but that's the source. And then we have the destination rectangle, which is how it's going to be drawn onto the render texture. So now we need a rectangle representing that size. So, which I don't think we really have that. So we need to, I mean, what we're gonna have is we're gonna have a rectangle initialized with 0, 0, and then icon size. Okay. And then we have origin, which I'm just gonna say 0, 0. And then we have a rotation. Oops. And then the color tint, which is white. All right, so now we're drawing this texture onto the render texture. And what we now can do is say that we now say set texture filter here to point. Okay, so now it should use the nearest neighbor or point or whatever you want to call it, scaled up there. Okay, and then yeah, now this has to be called something else, I guess. Now this is the actual thumbnail text. This is like, let's call this temp, I guess. For lack of a better word. Okay. So that's the temp thing. Now this all happens like once you just press, once you need to update the thumbnail, so it's not gonna happen like, you know, every frame or anything like that. All right, so now we have this render texture with things on it. Now comes the question, okay, can we grab the texture out from the render texture? That is the question. So let's check the Rayleigh documentation. And see, is render texture, unload render texture. I don't see a function that loads, that makes a texture 2D from a render texture. So maybe we actually have to, well, I don't know what that accent came from. Maybe we have to copy the thing, because I don't know what Rayleigh is keeping under the hood, like if we don't unload this render texture. So if we let's say, oh my god, this is so convoluted, but it's like, okay, if we can we like copy this render texture somehow, the texture, like because I know that there's a texture in the render texture. There's, you can just say, instead of doing this, you will say thumbnail texture is equal. I mean, I guess technically we could return a render texture instead, I guess, maybe. But this is gonna be the render texture dot something texture. I forgot. Let's see if we can see where it's like used here. Unload, so target. This is a render texture, begin texture mode. Where is it like used? Okay, so it's just dot texture. Texture. Okay, there's our texture. Now I'm pretty sure we have to like copy it, so so we'll do some acrobatics here. Where's that? Load image from texture. There's probably a way easier way to do this, but yeah, this is just the way that I know of right now. We have to have another name here as well, so this will be load image from texture, render texture dot texture. We also have to unload image, actual thumbnail image. There we go. And then this one
is gonna be load texture from image. Actual thumbnails. So there we go. And now somewhere here there's like an error that can happen, I guess. Load texture from image. Man, this is a lot of things for something that is maybe not even worth all this work. But hey, we're learning as well. Let's see. You temp thumbnail temp thumbnail. Unused local constant, icon destination rectangle. Oh, so we had one there. Oh, so we can use it here. I was blind, now I can see. Local variables never mutated, okay, fine. Local variable never mutated. I like that those are errors that you actually have to fix it, because it makes the code cleaner. Expected type thing, found error stuff, yeah. 113. So this one could be an error, so catch unreachable there. Anything else? Hello Aldedev, how's it going? Welcome. 118. Whoops. Root source file struct. Oh, it's vector 2, I believe. And you also can be an error. Are we done? Yay! Alright, let's see now. Let's go and open. Oh! Wait, it's already working. Okay, so it is working for those that I've already updated the thing. Okay, cool. So I'll just go ahead and update all of the. Whoa! Oh no! It's the upside down render texture thing. Ah! Okay, yeah. So fun fact: when you use render textures, they're actually being rendered like upside down. So this texture here is upside down. But I thought there was like a thing for this. Upside down? No. Okay, let's just search for render texture. Generator, begin texture mode. No. Well, let's check this out here, because this might be. Yeah, flip vertical. Okay, there we go. So we need to flip it afterwards. We're loading it there, and then we flip it there. There we go. Wait, expected. Oh yeah, now it needs to be mutable. There we go. Okay. Why did it? Oh, so okay, yeah. So it worked now. When we're caching it, we're flipping it. That's right. So it's already like stored correctly. There we go. I mean, I can just go ahead and click on this button here, which will save all files in the project, even those that we have not opened yet. That is my upgrade project button, because it's automatically updating like the versions of everything. Oh, but it didn't actually do it here. Okay. So it didn't update the thumbnails. Okay, whatever. Let's just do it. Okay, much nicer. The thumbnails look way better now. But some are still at scaled. Like the aspect ratio is not correct, but whatever. Nice and pixely. All right. Let's close everything. No, maybe not. Did this not? This didn't work. Okay, why is it doing like this? There's something weird going on here. Wait, why is it setting the name? Okay, I hope there's no weird thing going on, because I might have corrupted my files. Yeah. Something weird happened there. Let's see if we can open this again. Huh. Oh, you know what? Okay, I think I know what's going on. So, yeah. So we updated. When we click here, we're actually unloading the document. But it's still like rendering here, so the name becomes like you know, random memory that's not sort of allocated anymore. So interesting. I mean, it's just gonna be like we can just say here. Well, it's not going to be an editor, and it's not going to be anything here. I guess there's a like kind of like generic between all editors, actually. But I think it's just happening like one frame. That's the thing. Yeah, this is the UI. And then the tab. So the action happens here, right? We should probably have a bool, like an escape hatch here. This returns a bool, so whenever you click on close, whenever you want something to close, yeah, close editors by ID. So this happens right away. I mean, either we save this at the end of the frame. We can actually do that. So we'll have a list of things that we need to close at the end of the frame instead. We already have a bunch of those things somewhere. I think. Maybe. New asset, input target. Well, I thought we had that, but maybe not. Well, we have an editor to be opened. Editors to be closed. I mean, we could just have like an array list here. Oh. What? Okay. is unmanaged still mapped correctly? I thought it was like changed. Array list of I guess UIDs. We can set it to empty. Okay. Now, when we call this function, at end or set editors to be closed. Actually, it's not an array list per se. It's actually like a set. I don't know if that exists in Zig. I wish there was something like that if that's not the case. Because when we append an item, we don't really want it to be... I guess we could have like an array hash map of bools instead. Does that have like dot empty? Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Okay, so now we can say editors to be closed, and then map get or put ID. Now we get the entry, and we say if found. No, then we just say entry value pointer is equal to true, and we can have close editors close. I don't know, handle editors to be closed. And we'll go through values. No, keys. No, entries. Ah! We'll do iterator. We need both value and key. So this would be... actually, you know what? If it exists, we just... should we remove it? No. Let's just do this. Okay, we get the entry, and I will say if entry value pointer. So if it's true, we will close edit. We'll do self close editor by ID entry key pointer. There we go. That's the ID, and at the end we also set this to false to say that we have closed it. All right. Now we should also have like a deinit function somewhere, and we will just say editors to be closed, initialize. All right, and then in the layout, yeah. So here we call set editors to be closed. I think it was called. Yeah. There we go. I'm just gonna see wherever else there is. This is called from. Close editor by node. Delete node. Oh, I see. Sure, why not? I'm not gonna deal with that right now. Okay, so this. So now this will. We can now defer that from happening until like the end of the frame. So we won't get some weird state going on in the UI. Okay, so yeah, and here we have this function here, end of frame. So editors to be opened. Let's close first, I guess, maybe. Handle, what did I call this? Handle editors to be closed. We don't need to pass in anything, no. All right, let's see if that works now. Okay, we get some, come on, 146. Do you need, oh, you need an allocator, okay. Fine. You expect 2 arguments. You also need allocator. $371 error union. Oh, let's just catch our reach. I think it's like a, it's just out of memory error. All right. Okay, there we go. Now this works. Well, okay, this doesn't work. There we go. It's a bit buggy, but at least there were, I don't think there was any weird data corruption or anything like that. Why? Like, why is it just? Okay, I don't know. I'm not gonna look into that right now. At least it works sometimes. Okay. Back to, where's the debug thing? Here's the debug. Let's move the tile map over to our organized place. All right. Okay. Yeah, we did all that. The thumbnails took a long time, but okay. So now we can add like yeah, the thing that I actually like felt like I've actually done this thing. Well, apart from fixing these bugs, small bugs and stuff, but it's this where we get like a default texture now if you don't have a thing. But it actually is because well, or what I'm trying to say is it means that it's a way faster to create like test like entities right now. So if I want to try another thing here, test monster 2, now I don't have to sort of find a thumbnail to, or I don't have to find a texture and, you know, select an icon. I automatically have this, and then I can go back here and I can just add it. So it's way faster right now to do this. I might also add a little label to show if the texture is missing. Maybe we'll show like a label to show which one it is. But you do see here as well, you do see the label here, so it's not really that necessary though. Okay. But yeah, great. Oh yeah, I was wanna test this as well. Like we have test monster 1, so what if we delete this? Okay, then we get an error here, but we can still sort of select this and delete it. So that's also like making it like more robust as well. So so yeah, that's great. We should probably automatically save this thumbnail, like save the thing after it's after it has been created as well. So that's probably something I have to put down there, but it's not really that big of a deal. All right, now I have an idea for a new monster. Should we do that right now? I don't know how much time more I have here. But if you start this, then there's nothing here. See my controllers. Now my controller works. I had to restart my computer in order for it to start working. I spent like a couple of hours debugging my controller, and then all I had to do was restart my computer, and it worked. Anyway, so I'm thinking of like a monster that is jumping around and sticking to like walls and ceilings and stuff. I'm not sure actually. But yeah, the idea is now that, okay, I want to like increase the time for which I sort of prototype things. So this was one step, like creating entity types more easily. The next step is maybe having something like in the game code. Like in the game code, I now have to implement this monster in order for it to work. So I probably want to sort of like, yeah, improve that process so that you can more easily start on a blank slate for a new monster type, because there's a lot of things. I mean, you could just copy one of the existing monsters, but it's always, you know, you have to go in a lot of places to add a bunch of stuff when each time you want to create a new monster. Well, let's just do it right now. Let's just copy the this, where is it, Mossing here, this guy. I want to copy this, right? Now the issue also is that we can assume that there's gonna be animations and stuff in the game, where this guy doesn't actually have any animations. So I don't want to have to create animations if I want to just test a monster out. So what I'm gonna do is also build so that yeah, so we don't have to do that. So let's try that. So I'm thinking just going into the game code and adding the monster and see what issues we run into. So let's go, first starting point is the scene file where we have all of our entity types. Oh, they differentiate like enums without, or union oops, union values here without types and ones with. I've never seen that before. Maybe that's a bug, I don't know, because the LSP is like not really working properly. Alright, so let's just add test monster 1 here. We don't have any properties, so we don't have a subtype there. Yeah, and now you should get, I should get a bunch of errors where I have to implement this now. So we have spawn at 163, for example. Now, since we don't have properties, we can just add it to this list here. Which is sort of something that I have to remember each time I go in here. Is like, why do I have to add it here? Well, I can see here that, okay, for those that I do add, we parse the properties. Now this could all be sort of automated if you just, I guess we can define like a config type thing instead of having it like built into the code sort of structure like this. Yeah, I wonder if what happens if you do this. Oh, alright, so that's that. We also have, well, we should have more errors. Now, should I fix this now, or because the pattern here is quite similar to all of them. We have things that are invalid to spawn like this, or we have things that need to parse their properties, but they always look the same. The pattern is always the same. And then we also have these, which are just passed around, just passed through. So I don't know. It's probably good to have it like this also because, well, what you could do is you could actually do this. So let me just do something for the case of trying it out here. So what you could do is you could have spawn, I mean, let's just call it like spawn scene entity config. Right, this is well, we could make it into union enum, yeah, maybe. Yeah, and so what we could have is no properties, and then this one, actually you need a type of what the properties should be. Now I realize that if you're gonna use a type here, this whole thing needs to be comp time, so I'm not sure actually if this is possible to do, but I'm just gonna try it. And then it's like one is invalid. So those are the 3 ways to do that. Now what you can do to the reason why I was like hesitant to do it like that is because when you have this switch here, you get the compiler error if you implement a new type. So then you can get here and see, oh yeah, I forgot to add it here. You know, you get the help from the compiler to know where you should go. But you can still do that with a sort of configuration thing here if you do this. So if you have spawn scene entities or entities config, I don't know what to call this. Now we can use the enums module, and then there's like an enum struct or something. Let me check this because I don't, the LSP doesn't help me here. What's happening? Wait, am I not online? Hang on. Wait. Hello? Can anyone hear me? Okay, I don't know. Maybe I've been talking to myself. No, I think I'm online because I can... oh, there we go. I can see the update there. Okay. Let's see. Wait, what did I want to go to? Oh yeah, enums, and then you have like enum field struct. That's right. So this one returns a struct with a field matching each unique named enum element. Do I have like an example here? No. So basically, if you have an enum, you can create a struct that has all the enums as field names, and then you can choose what type they should have. So enum field struct, and then the type is, wait, the type is gonna be, the enum type is what is it? Well, it's this. It's the enum of this. I'm not sure if you can pass in a union enum. Maybe you can. So it's entity type. Scene entity type. So we're mapping entity type to something. So this is the spawn scene entity config. And now we can, now we have this thing here. If we try to compile now, we should get an error here saying we're missing a bunch of fields, or maybe not, because we're getting other errors. Maybe we're not getting errors here because we're not actually using this. Also, this is a value, so it's not really a type here. Well, let's use it as a value, I guess. And if we want to implement this, let's see where. Right, so basically here, this is sort of materializing or realizing the entity type. What's happening is we're reading in the JSON of the scene JSON file, but then each entity type or each entity has like properties that we need to sort of parse separately because they have because the it's we don't know the type beforehand, so actually no, because the type is like stored here. Well, I guess technically we could store the properties in the type itself. Yeah, okay, but anyway, okay, so this whole thing can then be replaced with I'm just gonna say like materialize entity type, whatever. It's a bad name, but whatever. And this would return an entity type. Wait, why is... Did I not get everything? No? Why can't I select this? Okay. Weird. Alright, so now we need a tag. The tag is actually where is the tag actually? Tag is over here. So this is string to enum. Yeah, it's this type here. That's the type. But it's, I think it's also like, is it comp time? No, it's not comp time. I don't think. It's string to, no, it's not comp time. Okay. So we need to pass in the tag. Okay, so now we have that in like a separate function. Yeah, we also need like the registry, which was a nice sort of refactoring anyway, because that function was like insane. Custom. Oh yeah, we need custom as well. Custom is actually entity custom. That's like scene entity custom. Alright, is there anything else? I don't think so. T is from there. Okay. And we also return this. I think. Yeah. Alright. There we go. So, what I'm thinking now is, instead of doing this, I wanna create a separate version that we're gonna try out. So I'm gonna create this version 2. Wait, why is it not like... Okay, hang on. Let's do this. It should form, like, it's a sign when it's not formatting. It's, there's something wrong here. 229. But I'm not getting it from... Wait, use of underclass identifier entity type. Oh. Okay, there we go. Now you can see it formatted. That's because we fixed some issue there. All right. Let's see. We'll do that. Okay. So now we basically get the config from now this is gonna be a bit tricky because we're dealing with like a comp time thing. So I think what we need to do is we need to switch on the tag and do an inline else to get a comp time known tag out there. So that tag is now comp time known because this is going to create a branch for each excuse me. It's going to create a branch for each type of each tag there. But now we can talk about this in a comp time sense. All right. Now we need a config. It's gonna be spawn config, right? But we can access this config by field now. Field access and then tag name t, because it has the same names as the fields of this tag of entity type. So we should be able to access the config like this, and then we can switch on the config, and then we get either no properties, and then we just pass this tag through, which should let's see, how is it doing it here? It's like inline else on these things. This is a tag of this. Yeah, so it should be the same thing. We could just pass through this tag. That should be no problem. All right, and then we have properties. Now we get like a type out here, which is like that's the type of properties we need to make. And we need to make this thing here, which is gonna be like a union init, because this is a union that we're creating a union here, a tagged union, and this is the tag, and then this is like the init value. So this will be, actually we can return here as well. So this will be a union init, and the type is a scene entity type. And then you have the, I think, yeah, you have the thing, and then you have the tag, which is gonna be t. I'm not sure if you say the tag name here. If you, okay, I'm not getting any help either. Let me check the. Hey Con, how's it going? Whoops. Union init. So you have the type, you have the name is a string, okay, and then the init expression. So okay. Let's go back here. So this will be so we have to do tag name here. All right, and then the init is that parse properties. This is gonna be the type. We could also, I guess technically we don't really need the type. We could also have the, like, this is like the tag payload actually. Yeah, because you can see here the payload is this type. This is like gonna result into the payload type. So actually we could just use the payload type. We don't need to store the type in here like this. So let's just use that. Which is tag payload like this, and then you need to supply, I think it's scene entity type, and then the tag. Let me just check that if that is correct. Whoops. Standard meta tag payload. Oh, it's deprecated. Use field type tag name. Okay, sure. Sure. Field type. This tag name that. All right, that's the type there. And registry custom properties. Yes. All right. Cool. And then we have the invalid as well. And we just copy whatever we had down here. All right. There we go. So this basically, well, yeah, it sort of abstracts this pattern that we have. So, yeah, I realized that, okay, this is now a pattern. Let's just abstract it here. And we'll hope that that should be sufficient. Let's see, so now let's see what the compiler says. Undeclared identifier entity type. Oh, same same error there. All right, now it's formatted. Let's see what, now it should complain. Oh yeah, we need to add registry and custom there. Do that over here as well. Okay. Now, no wait. Expected 3 arguments, found 2. Wait. Oh, it's like the default, I think. Default value should be, there shouldn't be any default value, so I'm just gonna set that to null. If I remember correctly. Okay, so you can't do this. You have to actually have an enum, but we can just say tags, or is it enum? Field enum. There we go. To get like the enum type out. There we go. Now you can see it. Now we get all these missing struct fields over here. So we get the same safety there, where we're adding a new thing, but now we have a, I guess, kind of more structured way of storing this config, I guess. And I mean, it's a little bit more clear on what's happening, and we kind of moved the config somewhere else, I guess. Now we could have still kept the same. We could have mapped sort of the tags onto these things. I mean, we kind of are doing that right now. It's interesting to see if this would actually work now. So let's see what happens when we do this. I'm studying some stuff, so I'll not be yapping so much today. Okay, that's fine. Study on. It's fun to study sometimes. So I'll copy these over here and bring this back. Alright, so we'll remove this inline. All of these should go to no properties. Right, so let's remove that. Now we have like a common pattern here. So I'll create a macro and I will find the comma, and this is now equal to no properties, and we will find a dot. And that's it. Where am I? Okay, there we go. So that all those are no properties now. And over here, this is okay. It's easier if everything is like on a separate line, because then you can automatically do it for all the lines at once. So here I'm gonna search for, I'm gonna go back, I'm gonna search for this. I'm gonna go right once, I'm gonna delete everything. Space dot properties, comma, go down. Yeah. And then we'll just select all of those. There we go. Alright, and now we have this one. So what you can do here is you can say select this line, search and replace, comma, space with no, it has to be this. There, and now we'll do invalid. There we go. All right, so now we have this config. Yeah, I mean, it looks, I guess it's a little bit easier maybe to read. We can separate these as well. And if you know, if you want more now granularity, I guess, to this config, you can just add more things here. Now this one we can just remove, but you can add, like, for, I don't know, if you want to add more things, you can just add it here. You can add some sort of struct with more state if you want here, and use it like that. But this is just saying, like, okay, this falls into one of these three categories, and we can automatically magically know how to deal with them. And so that's what we're doing down here. So if there's no properties, we just pass this through. If there are properties, we are like creating this union. Okay, so let's see if this actually works. I have to test it as well, and see if it even compiles. This is just a test, remember. Switch was handled all. Oh, this is a separate thing, I think. 226. All right, this is another place where we have like a similar thing, except this is where we actually like create the entity in the game, like when it's running. So yeah, so but this one is a little bit different. It does follow some sort of pattern here, which is mostly the same, but there are some small differences though. So I think I'm gonna keep this for now how it is, and the thing is here, like for every entity type they have their own sort of init entity function, except for this, the spawner here. Well, it does have this function here, but everything else has like an init entity function that is sort of categorized into different types of entities. We have devices, bosses, monsters, items, and no, that's it, I think. Yeah. And then we also have, but then we have this one, which is a bit different because it's like an exit that you can activate by pressing up, and so it transitions you to another thing. But the difference here is that this, we actually create the entity directly in here. We don't have a separate function for it. I mean, technically we could just move one, have one function for it, but I'm thinking for this, like this is where we actually have to sort of implement things in order for the entity to actually exist at all. So and the usual process for creating a new monster is you have to go into the monsters thing here. You have to create its own struct. You have to import the struct here. Let's see, you have to add it to this list here. Now it's part of the monster type union enum, so it gets a lot of basic functionality from all of the other code in here. And yeah, if you go to mossing here, for example, which is here. Why am I? Yeah, the LSP continues to crash there. So here's mossing, and there's something that are common between all the monsters. So I think this is like where it's like there's no easy way to just, okay, how do we make it so that we can just add a new monster like easily? The easiest way is basically just copy this and then modify it depending on what you need, basically. And now you also have to add it to all the entries everywhere. So basically, yeah, let's do that. So we'll copy this. I'm gonna add a new monster file. It's like test monster 1. Okay, and then I basically search and replace mossing with test monster 1, and also small, like tiny letters. There we go. Now we have a new type here, and then we go to here and we have to import test monster 1. There. And here, test monster 1. Oops. Alright. And now we press, because we added a new switch, or I mean, a new enum, or yeah, a new union value here, a tag here. This is going to also trigger a bunch of places where we need to implement this functionality. So yeah, so here for example I mean, we could keep the same thing as mossing here, but it's a bunch of different places where, okay, we have should attack, so this doesn't have an attack, I guess, right now, so we can just add it here. Alright, and then we run the compiler and see what else it complains about. So you basically move through this list and implement whatever you need to have, which is, I guess, yeah, it's kind of it's fine, because then you realize, oh, I actually need all these different implementations. But it would be nice if there was some sort of blank slate that you could easily just add and then change it from there, instead of having to go through everything all at once, you know. Let's see. Now what you could do is, like, you could add, you could have like an else here instead, but I don't really like that either, because then I can't this sort of becomes hidden from the view, where it's like this is a good pattern if I know what type of monster I want to implement. It's a very good pattern, because then I'm like, oh yeah, I need to implement this, and oh yeah, I need to implement that. But maybe not so good for, like, just experiment, like adding, like, I don't know, experimenting with different types. Maybe I should I don't know. Oh yeah, so here's like very specific for mossing here, where it's like if you're walking, it's like okay, are we going? It's not going over any ledge, so it's checking if it's on a ledge, or if it's blocking by a wall, then it turns into the other direction. And yeah, I guess we could have the same thing for this. Okay, is it done? That would be interesting. No? Okay, still some errors over here. Capture group incompatible types. Ah, so we'll change it to inline, and that will fix that. Okay, so there was more things. This is flying. It doesn't fly, so I guess we'll add it here. This would probably be one of the places where I would say it's probably better to not have to force this pattern here. I don't know. I just have this pattern everywhere. Update attack, right? So we don't have an attack, so I'll add it there. I mean, I'm thinking like maybe it's like going with overrides instead of having these switches, and having maybe like a template monster with everything like commented out or something like that. I don't know. Or okay, I just thought of a new pattern that was kind of interesting. Let's see, 2 to 6. Because I've been thinking of and now we're back here. like different types of interfaces in Zig, and you know, you can do it in a bunch of different ways, and Zig is so open-ended about that stuff. There's no built-in way to do interfaces, but there are like examples of how you could do it with vtables in the allocator, for example. But I've been thinking of another way to do it with union enums and yeah, just having a base function on the union enum, and then that function calls the function on each depending on the tag, it calls it on the subtype, and then the subtype can either have it like implemented or not. However, how would we know, like, okay, which functions we could implement and stuff like that, like more easily? You could get so what I was thinking is if you could get like compiler errors if you don't implement a function. However, if you don't want to implement a function, then maybe you can just set it to some sort of union enum. Like each function is not a function, it's actually a union enum that is set to either like not implemented or a function. No, maybe that will become too cumbersome because there's no easy way to sort of define functions on the fly like that. I mean, you can, but it's gonna be messy. Yeah, I don't know. All right, test monster 1, you are this basically, and that's it. Maybe I should look for a way to generalize this pattern here. Okay, now we're in here. No field name. Oh yeah, so we don't have this. So this is okay. This is one of the things where I feel like, okay, we should make it so that you don't have to have an animation container, and if you don't have an animation container, then we use the default texture. So yeah, so we'll just do null here, I guess. Yeah. All right, let's go in here. So let's make this nullable, and let's see. So this is gonna require quite a bit of changes. I mean, basically, we don't do this, the whole thing here. If we have one, we get it, and we do all of this in there. All right. So we don't have a texture, we don't have anything. If we don't have this, I mean, we could have an animation container instance that is like the default, I guess. Yeah. And that could be defined in the editor, or it can be generated here as well. We could just generate a texture, actually. That should be fine. But then we don't have like an animation. We don't have animations. Yeah. It's so ingrained that my sort of animation system here is so ingrained in the code. So it's going to be kind of hard to do that. But I'm just going to do it. So let's do this. we'll add a texture. Actually, the only thing we need is the texture component, which is added somewhere here. Where is that added? Texture component. Here it is. So we'll add that. That's gonna be up there. Draw layer component. That should be fine on its own. Yes. Let's see. Okay, so we'll create a texture somehow. I mean, this could just be the same code that we have over here. This could just be gen image something checked, right? Like that. And that's the texture. No, that's the image. Sorry. And we need to unload this image. But then we need a texture. We need load texture from image. Catch. Let's just catch unreachable. I think the only problem there would be like out of memory error, I think. Don't quote me on that. Okay, so now we got the texture. Actually, yeah, that should be fine. And then we can set texture filter to be point. All right. Shouldn't need to like scale it or anything like that. Unless when we actually draw it. Should be fine. Let's see, and here we're adding this, so we need this type there. This is a texture component, so we're gonna add texture component, and I'm gonna have to look up what this actually needs. Where is this defined? Yeah, that's right. It's in the game edit. No, game engine components. Texture component. So we have texture. Yeah, let's just copy all this. All right. So the texture we already have. Oops. Come on. I'm trying to do control or insert. There we go. We have the texture. So the source rectangle. What is that gonna be? That is gonna be. Wait, can I just set null? The source rectangle. Yeah, that's just the whole thing. Origin. That's the I think the position. Or is it? Well, we'll find out. Let's just say 0 for now. And flipping doesn't really matter. Alright. Oh, we also have like an init here. Oh, well, whatever. Okay, so now we have the texture. So now technically in my sort of engine system, this is renderable. It's gonna be rendered with this component here. So, however, there's gonna be crashes because we don't have like an animation. I think. I mean, I guess we could run and see. Let's first of all, let's see if it compiles. Test master 1 35 unused local animation container. Oh yeah, we don't have that, so get rid of that. Spawn 283. Expected type scene entity type found void. Huh. Wait, where is this complaining? Catch return. Oh. I guess this could be like technically an error then. So let's actually change this to be an error. If there is an error, we're gonna catch here and return instead, because that's how it was before. Okay, 283. Still issues here. Expected this found like an error union type. Parse properties. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Catch. We need to catch the error and return it like this. No, no, wait. That's just a try, right? Yeah. Is it gonna go through? Yes. All right. Now let's see if it actually works. The new monster, that is. So let's go to our debug place. Start the game. And let's see. No? Okay, something went wrong. It's not showing up. And if I try to walk into it, it's not gonna be there, right? No. Okay. Wait, let me check the log here. No errors. Interesting. Wait, why didn't it spawn? I mean, we know that the spawning works because this guy is spawned. So, okay. Let's see. What could be the thing, the issue? So we're adding. Okay, let's go to the draw. Well, is it the source rectangle? Like, no, it can't be. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna enable the collision boxes and see if there's anything there. No, it doesn't even spawn. So, oh yeah. No, but it should like spawn at least. It should be something there. Reason. Does that exist on all types? Maybe. No, it doesn't. Well, I guess that doesn't really matter that much. Oh, I see. This is like a variant that I added here. Okay, let's forget about the reason. Whoops. Yeah, we don't care about this. Hmm. All right. What is going on? So. Also, why do we? It feels like this function is not called because this would be like a error over here. This entity is not used. This should be like a compiler error right here. So I might. Oh, wait. No, this is testmaster1. Yes. Is this wrong? Testmaster1. Or pub const that there. And this is testmaster1. That creates the testmonster1. Right. So why is this not an error right here? That should be an error. Oh. Did I remove something here that I didn't see? Alright. I just removed all this crap. Okay. Oops. There we go. Alright, but why is it not working? And there's no error reporting either, so that's weird. What's this? Value of type. Thing ignore. Oh yeah, you have to say that to ignore the result. The reason. Sure. Fine. Yeah, so whole bunch of compilers from removing that. Yeah, still nothing here. I mean, we have a memory leak, but I don't care about that right now. Okay. So I'm not sure why it's not showing up. So we're adding animation instance, we're adding a bunch of animation stuff here. So if anything goes wrong, we log an error. So I should, we should see it in like searching for error, but I don't find anything. It started to feel like I'm gonna find some stupid answer to why this is going wrong here, and I will feel stupid. So we're adding that. We're adding all this is common between the things. Well, let's just go through and see if there's anything else. So I know that at the start the monster is kind of like it's spawning in, so the animation is set to spawn. However, there should be an entity already like in the game, so that is waiting for you to go within spawning radius, and then it sort of spawns out of its spawn state. And where is that happening? Update. So we have a state waiting to spawn. So this is the first state that it's going to be, right? So that's what it is. And yeah, it's waiting for this book, but it should already exist at this point. So that's the crux of this here. And this is going through AI component and rigid body, and we should as this has like been entered in like this, where is it in it? This thing is called did I remove this log here? I had a log where I like logged out everything that is removed on death. No, not this one. On death component added. Yeah. No, that yeah, that's the death component added, but it's not. Okay, let's see if that actually showed up. No. Okay. So this gets added. Fine. We're adding the animation instance. We're adding the animation thing and another animation. Now we get the animation, we set the animation, we add the texture, and the difference is here we only add the texture, and then we do all this. This should all happen here. I'm gonna say if the do we have like the type? Monster type? Yeah. I'm gonna say, wait. If the monster type is equal to test monster 1, then we log yes, we got here. Okay. Oh yeah, we need two arguments. Because yeah, there's so much going on here, so I need to get some kind of idea of where we end up. Yes. Yes, we got here. So we didn't get here. Oh, wait. What is the entity called here? Oh. It's kebab case here. Oh my god. Let's change this to camel case. There we go. Okay, we got a tiny little thing like texture there. Okay, that was the issue. Okay, wow. Did I remove the error message that says you can't spawn the thing? Could test. Yeah, here we go. It's a debug message. Okay. I mean, it does say it for every NPC as well, so that is like the NPC type. I should really filter those out. But okay, yeah. Here you can see the problem. So yeah, okay. Maybe we should. Maybe I should. I should probably have like a log. A log. Oh, this should be like a warning, maybe. A warning. Yeah. And I should have a log that is like beside the game, that I can see all the warnings and errors. And maybe another one where I see like debug messages. Yeah, that would be pretty good to have. Okay, let's change that message to be... Yeah, did not find. So you go here, do this, copy that. Go here. No. Wait, I need to... Make this into warning. I don't know if it's called warn or warning. I guess we'll find out. Yeah, because it's very useful to search for those kind of things. So if we run this now, well, now we don't get the warning, I guess. Since we changed the thing, but if we change this back to something else, now we should get a warning. Oops. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's a little bit better. All right, let's change this back here. Okay. Now, why is the monster so... Why is it tiny there? I don't know. Yeah, so I know the image itself is like... The minimal it can be like 2 by 2 pixels. And... yeah. Monster. Oh yeah, so no, but yeah, the hitbox should define the size. Where's the hitbox function? There's no hitbox function here. I wonder what it's gonna say then. I was just calling hitbox. Oh yeah. So, oh, here we go. Well, it still should have one. Did I miss it? Oh, it's called hitbox. Oh, I said. Okay, it's a declaration. Okay, so yeah, this should really just be like, I don't know, let's just do this. Fine. Okay, so what determines like the size? It's like the size of the image. It's just rendering the size there. Oh yeah, the origin is like way off, I guess. Huh. Alright. I guess we could extend the source rectangle to be like scaled up, but then you get this weird pattern, but I guess this is like an easy way to fix it right now. So the rectangle, now the rectangle, what type is that? An AABB, okay. So we can do from center 0. No, wait, what? Why is it's gonna be slightly off here. The center is I wish I had like one for like top left. Maybe I should just add one. Whoops. Alright, so from center, from radius, let's add from top left, I guess. I don't know what to call it really. Top left, size, and this forever thing is minimal, which I don't really use that much. We don't even have like custom like collisions that are not rectangles right now. And it's used for like collision detection for, but I'm also using I'm using this struct for collision detection configuration basically, and also for generic rectangles as well, which could be, yeah, I mean, because it shares so much stuff. Let's see, so we'll just return, change this just to be, okay, and then it returns top left is top left, bottom right is gonna be top left plus size. There we go. It wasn't that hard. Now, am I using the local version here? Yes. Alright. So don't need to update the thing. So now I can say from top left 0. I've needed that for a long time. And then the size is gonna be what? Size? It's the hitbox, I think. Hitbox. Wait, is this just a hitbox? Then no. Hitbox dot size. That's a function. Is the hitbox available here? Is the question. No. Maybe, maybe not. No. We have this get hitbox. Where's the monster AI? Here. Okay. So we'll do this. Whoops. And I'll move this up here to make it available, and then down here we will do that. Alright, and here we have this now. Okay, cool. Hopefully there's no shadowing issues. From top left. Expected 3. Oh yeah. It's minimal. Alright. There we go. Okay. So at least it's like yeah, and you can see the collision box is always like, it's also correct. At least it's not stretched over the area, but at least like Raylib kind of wraps the texture. Oh, and now we get our first crash here. And the reason, I guess, is like it's trying to spawn, but it can't because the animation is not available. Yeah. So utils 83. So I guess we'll do a try get or else return. Right? But the issue now is, yeah, there's gonna be another crash because it's trying to find out when the spawn animation ends. And let's see where. Here, source utils 110. Yeah, get animation duration. So it gets like the current animation duration. So this would be like a nullable now because it might not exist. And so we'll try get or else return null. Okay. Right. Okay. And now we should get a whole bunch of errors. And at, yeah. So let's see. This is walk animation. Right. So. It's gonna be maybe a bit tricky here. I don't know if we cannot get the animate, like the duration. What do? We set it to some default value or? I mean, yeah, we could just set it to some default value, I guess. 1 second. I don't know. Could also make that into a sort of function as well, like in interface and stuff. Right, same thing here. Here's the spawn thing, so spawn duration. Go to this. Now if we don't have a spawn animation, I guess we default 1. I mean, we could add a bunch of things here. Yeah, default spawn duration. Where was the walk duration here? Alright. Okay. There we go. Right. This would be attack duration. Now here's like we need like a backup in this case. We know that this exists though, so it's kind of like this should exist. So I think at this point we actually just catch unreachable here, or else like, yeah, we just do this. Yeah, I mean it's fine to name it, so I guess that's like an upgrade. Alright. Probably a lot of places to update. This is what? The burrow attack duration? Yeah, same thing here really. Since this is like very specialized for this monster, yeah, we can just do this. And this is what? Burrow. Yeah, this is the same thing here. There's a bunch of these. Hurt duration. Wait, this is the same thing. All right, we have to wait. Oh, this is a throw duration again. Wait, which one is this? Spawning? Oh, because of this variation here. Okay, yeah. Well, for this one, this is very temporary code, so I'm just doing this. Und Blomma 81. This is attack duration. Same thing there. Oh, is that it? No, that can't be it. Oh, it is it. Okay. So it's not as bloody as I thought. Alright, let's see if that is enough. Okay, you can hear the spawn sound and then it starts to do stuff. Okay, cool. Now, is it gonna work when I hit it? I don't think so. Because of this fact that, well, we can see in the logs here what's gonna happen. So, we're spawning hit particles. I'm not sure if that's the issue. Okay, the issue is over here. Get animations spawn 392. Animations get okay, so this might not exist at this point. Spawn animation, right? So the thing is then, if we don't get an animation to spawn, what do we do? So we do a try get on this, right? So if we don't get an animation, we could do the same thing. We could spawn the default texture, I guess, or we could just not spawn anything at all, because this is supposed to be like a temporary animation that's just shown like a bunch of particles being spawned or something like that. So what we can do is we can just say return at this point. All right. Oh, we got some builders maybe. What is this? Oh, this needs an entity. I see. Oh yeah, and we actually do create an entity here. So, well, maybe maybe that should be the issue already. Spawn entity with body. No, because we don't. No, wait, we already have the entity, so we can do this before. We can say return null. Actually, yeah, same thing here. Now, where is this actually used? It's only used in this file. So if we get one, we don't really care. We just return. Is that it? I guess so. All right. All right, and then the death is something else. Let's check this as well. Oh, holy shit. There's a lot of these messages. Should probably look into that. Let's see. We're trying to get animations again. Utils 99. So get animation. Okay, where was that called from? Death. Okay, so I mean, obviously this should just return a nullable. If we don't get this, whoops, we return null. Right, and now we have to fix all those places. I wonder how many that will be. Wait, I could just get use get duration here. Get death duration. So this could be also be null. Also, it's already null. And wait, isn't this just get duration? Yeah. Animation instance. No, that's different. Alright, that's different. Okay. Death animation. Get animation, death animation. Oh yeah, this is the string, that's right. So this is the key. Let's call this key instead. Makes things a little bit less confusing. So we'll do this instead. So if we don't get it, we say or else return null. and then at the end we say depth animation get total duration. There we go. Alright, anywhere else are we using this function? Oh, over here. Right, so this is the root, or wait, the root duration. No, but this should just exist. Yeah, that should just exist. There we go. It's just for the the new. It's a little bit annoying that we have to sort of assert that it should exist here, but whatever. Okay, let's see if this is functioning now. There we go. Alright, so finally we can create entities a little bit easier now. There's still a lot of steps to adding a new monster, but I think it's probably necessary, most of the things anyway. So but it's a little bit easier now, and yeah, I'm gonna now be able to toy around more with adding more enemies without having their graphics and animations and all that. I can just implement, you know, the pure gameplay aspects of it and try different things and more, I guess, faster that way, and use this kind of rooms to sort of test things out and improve the gameplay of these monsters here. But that's gonna be it for this time. So yeah, thank you very much for watching and joining me here, and hope you have a nice day, and I'll see you later. Bye.